Forgot I'm on mute. Hi, Celestine. Okay, let me
Hi.
get these people in here. Yay! I'm so excited. Thank you so much for doing this call today. I feel like
Of
I
course.
got to get my notes ready. This is going to be so good. And
Yay.
yes. Okay, so let me make sure. I did make it so are you sharing a screen or anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna share.
Okay.
I just have like a quick little slideshow thing, and then
Oh,
I'm gonna also share like my actual ClickUp
screen.
system and then the Trello
Okay.
system too. Yeah.
Perfect. So I gave you authorization to be able to do that. Um,
Okay.
and what else was I going to ask you? I thought something else, but maybe not. Just get these people in. Okay, it's recording. So we're good there. And I'm going to share the recording afterwards. And let's go ahead and get started.
Yay. Okay, perfect. Let me pull up my thing.
Yeah, let me know if you
Um,
have any issues doing that. That's always my fear. Okay, you got it. Yay.
okay, perfect. Everyone can see what we
Oh,
got
it looks
going.
so good.
Yay. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So let's jump on in here then. All right. So today we're going to be talking about systemizing your real estate business. And specifically in this call, I'm going to kind of talk about how buyers and seller workflows can help you kind of take away all the decision fatigue in your business. And sorry, there's like little bugs everywhere. Take away some decision fatigue and help you bring more consistency to your business. So that way, nothing gets dropped, especially during transactions. Okay, so a little bit about me. I'm Celestine. I live in Sarasota. I originally had my real estate license in Vegas back in 2020. And then my husband and I moved to Sarasota in 2022. Before I got my real estate license, I was actually a real estate VA and like operations manager for other realtors. So systems is truly like my bread and butter. I could talk about systems all day long if anyone will listen to me. I am a mom of five, so I think that's also why systems are truly important to me because I just have so much going on at home that when it comes to work, I don't want to miss anything in either facet of my life.
You need to be
Which,
organized.
yeah, my life
Oh
literally
my
depends on
gosh.
it.
Yes, you go, girl. I love this so much. And I feel like I love that you're so into systems. That is what I hear from agents the most about what they need help with. Because like no one
Yeah,
really teaches us these things, right? Like you're not
yeah.
taught this when you're getting your real estate license. So I feel like this call is going to be so beneficial.
Yay. Yeah, so when I was building out my own systems, so when I first joined real estate, I got on a team with a gal who had been in business for about like 5 years. So she was just starting her team as well. And she showed me what she had in place, which was, and honestly, like this works too. It was just a spreadsheet and it had every column was like every part of the transaction. And as she would go along, she would like check, check, check. But me being the way that I am, I was like, okay, I can totally take this and make this prettier for you, and something that looks nice when you go in and you're like, okay, I know exactly all the things that I need to do. Okay. So, also before we start, I just wanted to kind of get like a gauge of where everyone was at. If anyone was like maybe brand new, like your years like 0 to 2 in your business. Maybe you've done like a couple, but you're still like, I don't really know what to do during transactions. Or maybe if you are a more experienced agent, but you just don't really have an actual system in place, all your transactions, everything just kind of lives in your head. Maybe your computer has a bunch of sticky notes everywhere so that you can kind of remind yourself, like, okay, this is what I need to do eventually. Or maybe you do already have a system in place, but something feels like it's just missing a little something and you want to try to maybe spruce it up a little bit. Brand new, started in November. I had my first transaction, trying to organize, but I love this in my system. Perfect. Yeah, so even if you're brand new, I feel like starting a system now is only going to help you the busier that you get, because then this will be muscle memory for you of like, okay, I know exactly what to do. I don't have to second guess. And then if you have like two, three, six clients in a month, you're not stressing out of like, oh my gosh, what do I have to do for everybody? Um, and then even if you are more experienced and you're like, okay, I know what to do during transactions, but again, like maybe you're doing multiple deals in a month, multiple closings in a week, and you're just like, I don't want to drop the ball on anything because then at the end of the day, when you're done with that client, how they feel during the transaction sets the stage for them um, referring you business, which is the goal. Okay, whoops, let me go back. Hello, I jumped the ball on myself. Okay, so the problem that I see a lot is that most real estate businesses run on memory and not systems. So again, like maybe everything is just kind of living in your mind. You have a million tabs open in your mind at all times. Maybe you're like a sticky note gal and you have post-its everywhere. But even then, and even if you've been doing it for a while and you're like, okay, I know what to do, sometimes small but important client touches can get missed, whether that's during the transaction or even after the transaction closes. You're reinventing the wheel with every transaction. So every time you get a new client, you're just like, okay, what do I have to do now? Oh, yeah, I got to do this. I got to do that. And that also can lead to your clients are getting inconsistent experiences. So maybe you're like really honed in on one client and they're getting this 5-star white glove service from you, but someone else might be feeling like, okay, she wasn't really communicating with me a lot throughout the transaction. And that's not really meaning you're a bad agent. It just means you don't have a system in place to keep you on track on these things. So the solution is a system. And a system is basically if there's anything you repeatedly do in your business, you can and you should systemize that. So that can be buyer seller workflows, which we're going to go over today, listing launch checklists, everything that you do to prep a listing from the pre listing appointment to it going live, your lead follow up processes. What do you do when someone reaches out to you or you're reaching out to someone, and how to go from a cold or a warm lead to an actual client, and client communication templates. So any kind of touch point from onboarding them as a new client, maybe you just did their listing appointment and you want to send them some information, or even during the transaction, once their offer gets accepted, all of those things, you can systemize it in some way. All right, so why do systems matter? Number one is consistency. Um, I feel like this is what really takes your business from like a thing you do to an actual business, is that you're prioritizing making sure that every client gets the same experience every time, um, and that they're at a high level. So again, it's like having them feel like, okay, this person really, my agent really took care of me and they really were in communication with me. And I feel like I wasn't just another transaction to them. I feel like they really cared about me and having my business. Number two, capacity. This is where kind of scaling can come in. So again, whether if you're like a brand new agent, and you're like, I don't really do a lot of deals right now. Why do I need a system? It's so that you have it in place. So once you do start growing and you do start getting more clients, you have your system in place so that nothing gets dropped. Um, and confidence. You're never going to wonder, what do I have to do next? You're not like sitting there in the middle of the night thinking, okay, did I do this for my client? Did I do this for the other client? You have somewhere that you can go that you can see exactly what needs to get done and when. Okay. If you were to build only two systems in your business, I would highly suggest starting here, which is a buyer workflow and a seller workflow. Um, and all that is just, you can even start it from when they're a lead, but I like to do it from when they're an actual client, meaning I either have a listing agreement signed or I have a buyer brokerage agreement signed with the buyer. So this is where like, okay, they're my client, and these are all of the touch points before, like maybe we're just doing showings right now, maybe we're doing pre-listing prep, and then moving it along throughout the transaction. So, like their offer gets accepted, they're in escrow, we're closing, we're doing inspections, all of that stuff is a workflow. What does a workflow look like? So it's if you're looking at like a board, and I don't know if a lot of people are familiar with task management systems, but it would be like if you're moving this one person from a lead to an active client to their under contract, their close, and then post close. So it's just moving your client along through a process and through the transaction. And then in every stage will live your tasks. So everything that you have
Mhm.
to do to get them to another stage in the workflow. Reminders, that could be like important dates that are coming up. Or even if you have like touch
Oh,
points
I
that you
used
like
it.
to do,
So are you Black
like
Card member? Yes.
Sorry.
like when I have a okay, sorry, my 2 year old is here. So like when I have a client and we go under contract, I have a reminder that tells me there's trash in there. I have a reminder that tells me, hey, order this moving kit from Amazon, and then I can go ahead and do that.
And you like to use
Template,
Trello, right?
yeah. So I actually use ClickUp, but I started off
Okay.
with Trello.
I think
If
when I
I
had
ask
Follow Up
Leah to
Boss
help
too,
you.
they had this similar structure where you could say like nurturing, and then you could move them over to like under contract and or active listing, and then under contract, pending, and then close, and have
Yeah.
different tasks and reminders for those same things. I don't know. Do you use Lofty? Does Lofty offer this?
I haven't used Lofty, so I'm
Okay.
not sure.
I know
Yeah.
Carrie uses it, and I know you can add text and reminders, but I wonder if it has that same look as like Trello and Follow Up Boss do, where you can like move them to different stages. I really
Yeah,
love
that
that
I
visually.
yeah.
I
I was like,
think
Carrie, do
it
you?
does. I was just gonna say, I think it does. I'm looking right now.
Okay, she doesn't use it, but yeah, so I love that visually to be able to like move each person into each stage, and whenever it moves into a different stage, it's like different tasks and reminders. Are you going to
Yeah.
share some of those things with us today?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
cool.
Okay, let me get out of this one. Okay, and we're gonna do. Can you still see my screen?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So this is an example of what I use. This system is called ClickUp, and it's really just a super beefy project management system. This isn't what I started with. I started with something like Trello, which is really great, especially if you're just like a solo agent and you're like, okay, I just need to know what exactly I need to do every time. What I like about ClickUp that's different from Trello is that this one, even just on the free version, you can have as many people as part of your team on ClickUp. So it doesn't matter if you have like one person on your team, if maybe you have like a VA, a showing agent, someone that helps you with listings, you can add them all to your workspace. And on even the free version, you can assign tasks to people. You could add due dates, all the things. Trello allows you on the free version to have up to 10 people on your workspace or your work board. But on the free version, you can't assign tasks to certain people if you do have a team. If you don't have a team, then it really doesn't matter. I like the Trello free version. I just like to use ClickUp because this I feel like had more things that allowed me to do what I really wanted to do in a transaction. So this is an example. So this is what like the dashboard, and the overview will show you everything that you have. So right now it'll show me both my listing side and my buyer side. And then over here on the left, you can go into each individual folder. So if you just wanted to look at what listings that you had, or just what buyers that you currently have, then you can go into that separately. But this is an example of like for my buyer transactions. So when I have a new buyer, I will go into this card and I'll just duplicate it. So that way, like this is my template and I won't touch this one. I can just duplicate this and then it'll populate everything that's in the little template card. And I can just start filling things out as I go along. So like I would change here, put their names. I have a space in here that if there's more than one buyer, I can also have their information. I like to put all of the notes from that initial buyer consultation. So I can put in here, you know, like what is it that they're looking for? What areas are they looking for? And then I also have a space in here for showing feedback. So that way, after we go on a showing, and if they're telling me something like, oh, I really loved this about this house, or I absolutely hated this, don't show me that kind of house ever again, I can put that here in the card. So that way, either myself or if I have a team, everyone's kind of on the same page of how to best help this client. Yeah. Okay, and then more into the nitty gritty. Um, these are just different fields that live in the task. So I like to put everything in here. Again, I don't want anything to live in my mind. I want it all to be here in my system. So that way I'm not just guessing, like, okay, when was the last time I talked to this person? What was the name of their lender? What's their phone number, their email? Everything lives here. So I put the clients' names. Again, if it's just one client, two for the same transaction, the primary email, the primary phone number, their current address, um, if they're renting, when is their lease ending, the lead source. I like to keep track of how I got this lead. So are they part of my sphere? Did I get them off of like social media? Did someone refer them to me? Have I worked with them before? Or did I meet with them at an open house? Um, and this also just kind of helps you see like, okay, where is all of my business coming from too? So that way, if I'm seeing that I'm getting most of my business from Instagram, then I can also make sure, hey, I want to really double down on Instagram because that's where all of my clients are coming from, and actual clients, not just leads, because I can have a million leads coming from Instagram, but if only I'm getting one client from it, then I'm like, okay, something is not working somewhere. Um, I have a field for when was the last time I talked to that person. Are they a relocation buyer? Meaning, do they live here currently, but they want to buy somewhere else in a different state? And then that can also let me know, okay, I need to make sure I can have an agent for them wherever it is that they're moving to. So that way I can still get a referral from it, hopefully. Are they pre-approved? What's the amount? Lender, their email. And a lot of these initial things I get from a client intake form that I send out to clients. And that's another part of my system. I have a form that has a lot of these questions so that I can send it to them and have all of this information ready. Or if I if they maybe didn't fill that stuff out, and as it moves along, I can continue to fill this out during my time working with them. And then I have a separate space for the property address, and this is like the actual home that we're making an offer on or we're under contract on. I like to have the MLS number in there. All of the money things are in here. So what the sold price will be, what's the commission percentage, what's the commission split. And those are also just more for myself again. It's a way for me to, when I do like my reflections at like the end of the quarter, I can see like, okay, what was I getting paid for the work that I was doing? And is there a way that I can maybe adjust that? Like, is that something that was because the seller maybe was only offering whatever commission, or am I not negotiating my commission with my client? Like, what can I improve there? And then I have a space here for the listing agent, the escrow officer, all of that stuff. Now, down here, this is, I feel, the difference, at least for me, between ClickUp and Trello, is that I can have here the main subtask. So I like to put really important deadlines here. So I'll put their deadline and I'll just populate it from all the information that I took here and put it here. Like, okay, their lease ends on this date. This is the date that their pre-approval ends. Once their offer gets accepted and we have more contract dates, then I can also input that in here. And then this, and I can show too, this gets tied into the calendar view setting that I have. So that way I can just go into the calendar and it'll only pull up all of these deadline dates. So I can quickly see like, okay, I have this deadline coming up this week. I got to make sure that all the things that we need to do for it have already been done. Yeah, so it'll go to like a calendar view as just a good visual of what's coming up in the week, what's coming up in the month. And then here, there's checklists, and for every checklist, I have like sub checklists depending on where in the transaction they are. And what ClickUp will allow you to do, even in the free version, I don't know the exact number of automations that the free version allows you to have, because I do have the paid version. But even in the free version of ClickUp, you can have a certain amount of automation. So that way, if let's say you go in and you're like, this is totally overwhelming to me, like I don't want to open it up and I see all these things that I have to do eventually, you can automate it to where as you're moving them along and you're changing the statuses up here, then it'll show you the checklist that you need to worry about. So it's not just like everything is like word vomited on the screen right now and you're like, oh my God, this is really overwhelming. So the free version of ClickUp will allow you to have it set up so that way, like, let's say they're a brand new client, it'll just show you like this buyer onboarding checklist. And then once you move them to like active or like their offer is accepted, then it'll start showing you like the under contract checklist. And then as they're closed, same thing. But with each stage of the transaction, again, there's going to be different things that you like to do. And this, because I'm such a visual person, like I need to have it on here, like all the things that I need. So I make sure I'm not dropping everything. Everything that I do literally lives inside all of these checklists. I even had at one point in my checklist, like make sure that the Google label is created, make sure that the folder is created for them. So that way I'm literally like, okay, I got to do this, 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 and I know exactly what was done, what needs to get done. So I have everything in here just to make sure that, like with the buyer consultation, they know what's expected, that I got their pre-approval letter. We've talked about their timeline. I know what it is they're looking for. Making sure that I did go over the buying process with them. I've had a few times where I've had clients tell me like, "Oh, well, you didn't really explain that part of the buying process to me." I'm like, "No, I know that I did because it's checked off here." Um, and just making sure that they understand everything about the process. Um, Making sure that the search is created for them in the MLS, that they have portal access. Let's see. And then once they're under contract, different checklists for that. So again, like just making sure that all of the important parts of the transaction are here and I can see them. And then I can make sure like, okay, nothing is going to get dropped. And then here, like I was mentioning, if you did have a team, you can go over here and assign things. So, like if you have a VA that you work with, and you want to make sure that they're sending certain communications with your client, like over here, like utility transfer reminder set, you can just assign them, and it'll show up on their dashboard. It'll also let you do, oh, this one doesn't have a date. Yeah, like even here on the deadlines, you can same thing, like assign it to somebody, and then you can add the due date of when that thing needs to happen, and it'll show up on the calendar view. So this is like the buyer checklist, and then I have the exact same thing for sellers. Um, So same thing, I can fill out everything that I need to for clients. A little few different things like do they need staging, the buyer's information, or like the selling agent's information instead of the listing agent's information. And then in these subtasks, it's a little bit more beefy in here because a lot of it is like pre-listing things. So making sure that you have photos set up, content is ready to go. And then again, like same thing with all the checklists. And this is like one of those things that as you start working more, or even if you already have built out the template, and as you start doing more transactions and you think like, oh, I actually want to start adding a different piece to the pre-listing. So like let's say um okay, so like let's say once the listing goes live, I want to make sure that I'm not missing out on farming the neighborhood. So I can just go in here, add an item, farm neighborhood, and then now it's just going to update the template that I use, and I can kind of move it so that if I want it to be more up top so that I can make sure that I'm not dropping the ball on that too, like I can add it up there. Um,
I
yeah,
have
so
so many questions.
yeah,
Is it time for
I'm
questions
ready.
yet?
Sure, I'm ready for questions.
Okay, and other people, I wrote down like 6 or 7 questions, but
Okay,
other people asked questions too. So let me go back. Let me go back. I thought Krista asked a question. Okay, Lori asked, are these checklists automatic or do we need to create them?
so these checklists are, I created these checklists, but again, if and I'll show you too the free Trello one that I have for everybody. Once you create like your template task card in here, once you do have a completely new like client, so like let's say I have a new client, I'm just gonna right click it, duplicate it, and it'll pull everything in here. And I don't have to worry about removing due dates because I'm not touching the like anything inside of the template. So it's going to duplicate it. You got to give the system just a little bit so that it can do its thing. Okay, and now the duplicate card will come up, and then that will be the one that I work in. and
Mhm.
it'll still have all of the fields and all of the checklists in here. So again, I'm not reinventing the wheel. Every time a client comes in, I'm not like manually typing each checklist for myself because that would defeat the whole purpose.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you use a transaction coordinator?
I do have a transaction coordinator, and
But you
I
still like
love
to
my,
do all this as well?
yeah, I still
Okay.
like to do this, even though it also helps me make sure that me and her have the same information essentially. So, like, my transaction coordinator will send out calendar invites for when all of our due dates are during the
Mhm.
transaction. She also sends a lot of the communication emails throughout the transaction. So, she'll
Mhm.
let people know. But
Yeah.
just for myself, I like to have this because maybe like my TC just went on vacation, love that for her. But I also still need to know, like, okay, just because my TC isn't here, I still need to do my job. I still need to make sure that
Yeah.
I'm staying on top of
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I think there are some top producers in here, but there is some brand new agents. So I think it's good for even if they have a TC to understand all these timeline of events. But okay, if so you have a TC, are you
Mhm.
assigning the TC to your folder for your client or no?
I don't, only because my TC is the TC that I have, at least. She's not like my VA. Like, she literally just does her own, she has her own system for transaction stuff.
Okay.
Um, so I guess it really depends on what your working relationship is with your TC. Like, some TCs do like to be in your system, and a lot of TCs that I know have their own stuff. So I think this would be
Yeah.
more appropriate if you had like a VA that you were working with, or an assistant, versus a TC.
So to me, and I'm just being honest, I am not tech savvy and
Mhm,
I'm not a very organized person.
mhm.
I do have, well, you know, my structure with Carrie and whatnot. So I'm not in the field doing
Yeah,
transactions. But when I was, I did have a system like this all created. But I think for some agents and for myself, like this platform, it's new, right? So like anything new,
yeah,
you're like, whoa, here, like it's hard for us to change what we've been utilizing or learning
yes,
something new is hard. And I feel like this has a lot of more fancy features than what I am used to. So I feel like there
yeah.
is a learning curve with this. You seem really tech savvy. How would a agent who is like this is so overwhelming, how can they learn how to do all of this?
Yeah, so I feel like, and then ClickUp really is, honestly, for someone who is more tech savvy. Um, this is an example of the Trello board that everyone can also get a copy of. So
Yeah.
it'll have the exact same things where, but instead of having two completely different lists, you just put both your sellers and your buyers in the one thing. So that way it's still a visual representation of, where everyone is in the timeline.
Or I even had
Um,
created like two separate boards where it was like one was solely for sellers and one was solely for buyers.
yeah, yeah, and you can definitely do that too. And it'll allow you down here to toggle between any different board that you
Yeah.
have. Um, yeah,
So I
so
think if
it'll,
someone's feeling overwhelmed by ClickUp, that
yeah,
Trello is a really good user-friendly option.
yeah. I think Trello is a really good, like, beginner, like, okay, I'm either like brand new to real estate, period, or I just, tech isn't my thing. Tech kind of overwhelms me.
Yeah.
Trello is, I feel like, the more user-friendly version of ClickUp, because there's no like bells and whistles to Trello. It's literally just like, okay, here's my checklist, here's what I need to do. That way nothing gets dropped. Or again, like the girl whose team that I first joined, she just had a spreadsheet, and it was literally like every column was what needed to be done. And she would go into her spreadsheet and just like X, like put like an X in the row, or if there was a date that was coming up, then she would put a date in the cell.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
Lori
like,
has a question.
yeah.
Did you say me?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. This is so great. I do not use Trello at all. I am a follow-up boss girl because I am on a team. Sorry, I have a scratchy voice from all the activities from
That's
Easter.
okay.
Um, so my question is, before I go on information overload, are
Yeah.
you using ClickUp as a backup tool for Trello or Trello as a backup tool for ClickUp? I'm just trying to figure out I'm tech savvy, I'm fine. What I don't have the bandwidth for is like creating something from scratch. So I
Yeah.
was like thinking all these features were already implemented in the software, which would be flipping amazing. I would get out of follow-up boss immediately and start programming into ClickUp. So that's why I'm just trying to process what I'm capable of doing.
Yeah. So me personally, I only use ClickUp. I started with Trello, but when I was using Trello just for myself, I was like, I wish I would have more, like, I wish it would just allow me to do more things. So, like with Trello, especially if you don't want to pay for anything extra, Trello is great for people who don't want to like pay and all you want is this. But I like having, oops, if it'll let me move this a
Celeste, would
little.
you be providing your template on ClickUp as well, or just Trello?
So I do sell the ClickUp template that I have. The Trello one is for free if no
Okay.
one
How
wanted
much
to
is the
pay for
ClickUp
it.
template? Can I ask?
Like $20. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh my gosh. You should share
yeah.
that in our
Yeah.
Facebook group today. You
Yes,
Yeah.
should.
please.
Well, after this
That's
call,
perfect.
Yeah.
you need to share where
I'm
people
I'm
can buy that at.
processing bandwidth on creating,
Oh
recreating a
my gosh,
reel
yeah,
here.
$20 for this wonderful template that will save all of us so much time. I think that's super valuable and you should share that.
Yeah, definitely. I can put the link in the Facebook group. But yeah, the ClickUp template comes with all of this, and I like to leave in there just kind of like example cards so that you can see like how it gets filled out as you move along. But the ClickUp template would come with all of this checklist, and you can kind of tailor it to like, especially if you live in a different state. Like again, I'm in Florida. I see you're in Florida too. But if you are in a different state and if you just know like you have certain things that are different in the transaction, then you can edit this as you need. Like when I was in Vegas, a lot of our stuff was different there too. So when I moved here and I started doing business here, I had to edit it just to make sure that I was in compliance with my state. Here you
So, do
go.
you have a structure for pre-listing and like the follow-up for after they close?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the seller one. Okay, yeah. So here in the seller one, I do have all of the pre-listing checklists. It'll
Okay,
be
yeah, I can see that.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then as you like keep scrolling, then it'll show post close or yeah, post close. And here, like, see, like I want to make sure like, oh, I sent a thank you gift or I sent them their closing gifts. That I'm making sure that I'm requesting for a review and then I'm adding them to other workflows that I have in place.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm in love.
Yay! Yeah, so to answer your first question, I only use ClickUp for myself. I used to use Trello and I haven't made because I just give that one for free to anyone that's like, I don't know where to start when it comes with systems. Like ClickUp looks scary. My friend that I sent my ClickUp dashboard to, she literally told me that this looks scary. Like she loved the idea of it, but it looked like a lot that she wasn't ready for. So then I sent her my Trello version of it, and she's like, okay, this is a lot more my speed.
No, I think
Yeah,
this
I
is amazing. This is amazing. Because
thank
then with
you.
everything that's already done, because I find myself when I'm recreating something and just depending on the mind space that I'm in, I'll forget the appraisal issues resolved. So just knowing that that is already in place and
Yeah,
then each transaction might have its own thing that I can add. Are those
yeah.
slidable? Like, can I prioritize them?
Yeah. So like if you let's say you wanted to make sure the loan approval I don't know, it was like somewhere up here instead, you can just move it around so that it fits how you operate your business too. And I think, oh, this won't even add. And even if like, I don't know, if there was a completely different step in what you do, you could go up here to like the main checklist area, and then you would be able to add a completely brand new checklist and add in whatever it is that you would need in there too. But yeah, so um, this template is, I feel like, pretty easy to customize for however you need it to be for you. Um, I again just like having somewhere that I'm like, okay, I know exactly all the things that I do in every transaction. And so when I have a new client, it's all there for me. I don't have to second guess it. I don't have to try to remember what I like to do during like when we're under escrow and all that stuff.
Did you say how much ClickUp was?
ClickUp is you can do free. You can sign up for ClickUp for free. You can have as many people as you want as part of your workspace, so as many team members as you need. And that's all still for free. The difference between the free version and the paid version is that you can add in more automations. I don't know the limit for the free one off the top of my head, but the paid version allows you to do more automations. And like, let's say if you're like a high producing team and you have like a lot of task cards in there, it gives you more storage space. So that way it can hold all of that in there too. But yeah, I think the free version is just as great as the paid version.
Nice. I just pulled it up. Where did it go? Oh, it says there's like a couple different tiers, $7, $12, and $19. So that's pretty affordable.
Yeah, I think I have the $7 one. I have like whatever is right above the
Yeah,
free version.
$7.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be like at least 50.
I saw a
No, yeah.
question that I was thinking myself too. Like if we were to purchase your template, would it sync into the free version or would we need to have a paid version for it to sync?
You can use the free version for this template. So the template that I made, doesn't have it doesn't have any automations in it, just so I was like, I don't want it to limit to that people have to feel like they need to buy the template plus whatever paid version. So all of this is included if you have the free version of ClickUp.
Perfect.
And the same thing too for the Trello board template. Like you can have the free Trello account and you'll be able to have all of those checklists too.
Awesome. Was there anything else?
No, I guess that was
Oh, that's it.
really
Okay, we're just doing questions. Does anyone else have
yeah.
any questions? I feel like this was really cool to see.
Yay.
Very affordable option. I mean, $20 a month for your template. I almost feel like you should charge more. But after we get it for $20,
Yeah. Yeah. Everyone can get it for $20 and then I'll think about
$20 today
Wait, is
until I convince
$20
you
one time or $20 a month?
one-time fee.
one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, until I convince her to raise that price.
Yeah.
It's
Keep
going to be
it
on
20
everybody.
today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so awesome. If you would share in the Facebook group after our call
Yeah.
the template for people to buy, the
Yeah.
free Trello template, and then I'll have the recording up too in case anyone wants to like reference back to this, but also like you're
Yeah.
always in our Facebook group too, like
I know, I'd be in
engaging.
there.
I know you're so open and helpful. So if anyone has questions like after this call, you can always DM Celestine. And yeah, you should share what your Instagram is.
Yeah, let me type it in
Maybe
the
I'm pretty sure
chat.
I'm in the Facebook group. Would you mind sharing the link to that in the chat? or no? Is there something I should be looking for to make sure that I'm part of that Facebook group?
Oh no, if Celestine can share it now in the chat, yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah, let me grab my thing.
Yeah, and you just shared your Instagram so people can,
Yeah,
thank
that's
you on
my
Instagram for this awesome.
Instagram. Log into my. Oh, I guess I could stop sharing my screen with you all, but let me make sure that I go in here and I can drop it in before everybody leaves.
Yeah, drop it in and I'll add it to our Facebook group.
Yeah.
What was that? Everyone's waiting for that link. No one's hopping off. Everyone's like, give me that
No
link.
one will leave.
Oh, I love it so much, though. This is so great.
Yeah. Hold on, babe. She spit her candy out. That's okay. Where is okay.
Or people can DM me if it, oh, you got it. Oh, wait,
Oh,
no.
here, I have it. Oh, wait, publish. Okay, copy the link. Okay, let me go back to the chair. Here is
Okay, awesome. You just shared it,
for the
right?
free. Yeah,
Okay, perfect.
yeah.
And I'll add it in the Facebook group. And then what else did I say? Oh, the free Trello.
Oh, yeah, let me give you the free Trello one. Share. Um, okay, so the only thing with the Trello board is that, and I can walk you through on how to copy it. So, this is the link for the free Trello board. When you open okay, when you open it, you'll just have to go over to the three dots to the right, and then you'll just hit copy board, and then you can really call it whatever you want. If you wanted to call it your transition. And then when you create it, that will open up the one for you. You get your Skittles. Yeah, that'll open up the board for you.
Anyone that's watching the replay, if you want the link, can they just send you a DM?
Yeah, of course. They
Yeah,
can send me the DM, and then I'll put it in the Facebook group too.
yeah,
So.
awesome. Yeah, the Facebook group is for agents who are at our brokerage. So if you're watching the
Oh,
replay,
okay.
just send us or send Celestine a DM on Instagram if you want to say like out loud, because I don't think they can say the chat what your Instagram is.
Oh, so it'll be at Realtor Celestine Soto.
Awesome.
I can spell it out too. Just think. I know I have a really long name. Realtor Celestine, Celestine Soto, Soto.
Perfect. Yay. Thank you so much for hosting this call. I really
Yeah, you're
appreciate
welcome.
it. And everyone, I hope you thank her on Instagram later today. All right, guys. Have a good day. Bye.
Bye. Oh, are you stuck? Girl, go the other way. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.